Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing? Hey, Yuki. Hey, Kylan. Hey, Kimmy. How are y'all doing on this fine Friday? I have, if you saw how late, enjoy your lurk, Yuki. Yes, and go take care of your plant children. They need love and water. So, woo boy, has this, I say last hour and a half or so have been like a whirlwind for me. You may have noticed I put out like the Twitter announcement pretty like, what, 10 minutes before when it going live? Because, oh boy, has today, I know, right? Like, if you haven't seen like the Twitter announcement for today's stream, I didn't even put like the hashtag. It was like, here it is, here's the link, boom. It's been one of those days, all right. It certainly has. Um, like everything was really chill for a while, and then everything just happened all at once, and I was like, oh boy. My start date, yeah, but yeah, 10. Well, now my shit has gone wild. So yeah, no, I had a bunch of phone calls happen. Stuff is happening, and let's can't exactly talk about it just yet. Just because it's like, oh god, all of it still needs to sink in. All of it still needs to sink in. It's like, oh god, things are happening. But what I will say it did happen that also almost caused me to be late was that I actually had to go sell. A friend of mine was like, "Hey, like, did you check the price for your turnips in for Animal Crossing?" I was like, "I haven't checked mine yet." And he's like, "Oh." Then messaged me like this was earlier this morning. Then messaged me later. He goes, "Hey man, my prices are like 555 or somewhere around there for his turnips." And I'm like, I'm eating, trying to eat, trying to get ready for stream, and I'm like, oh god, really? Really, you catch me now? Yeah, so I had to go cash in. And so I was running late. I don't know if you actually get, I'm pretty sure I had the stream muted, but like literally as I was going live, I was cashing in on those. So yeah. I mean, I didn't get a whole lot because I was like, running around with my head cut off right now. What am I doing? It was wild moments. So many wild moments. Tank has done that when
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Tank has done that? I'm not the only one who's done that. That's so good to know. Because, like, it can be rough when you're like, and then, like, also, I had forgotten I didn't actually buy turnips this week. That was the other thing. Get out of there, Nine. Yeah, get out of there. I mean, I was determined to go live on time, but I was like, I was gonna have to maybe leave like the thing on like the starting soon screen for a few minutes, which I did anyways because I was like, finished that like at 6:01, and then I ran downstairs, washed my plate, washed the skillet, and then just put those aside in the dish whatever, the dish sink thing that plates go to dry because I'm drying things and not actively cleaning them. And I was like, What? Man. A drying rack! Thank you! A drying rack! Thank you. Words? I am flustered. I'm gonna hydrate myself here. Today has been a day. But, you know what? We're here now. We can... Oh god, why is my cure point so low? We're here now for our boy, or one of our sons here in stream. We got for Law. We've been going through Dol Halim's tragic backstory. Also, don't forget we also have the boy over here. Good. Now I have him angled just so like anytime I look over him, he's just staring right at me. Where am I going here today? Oh. Not that way. This way. Alright, where's this gonna bring me? The boy. Come on, just so he can get some screen presence. Look at the boy. Actually, one of the thumbnails that I had a choice of using for last week's stream episode was literally me with the boy like this and like the game overlay still going like on. So
The will of Dana's astral energy.
I thought about using it as the thumbnail, but I was like, you can barely see him there. Well, what the? Are we having another vision?
What?
God.
There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Excuse me, as I just noticed there's a bunch of stuff on my desk. I was like, brushing this off. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Ooh. Well, I've seen enough hentai to know where that's going. That's not gonna be pleasant either. Uh-oh. Oh, I was like, did the game break? Did the thorns break the game? I know the thorns are supposed to break the world and then the universe subsequently, but I know, right? Did he?
Alfred!
No, she seems to be okay. So did he pull her heart out? Yeah, I know, right? Maybe not in the literal sense, but it definitely seems that way. Just Kali Ma! Kali Ma! Yeah, she did look very dead.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion.
Oblivion? That's the Elder Scrolls game.
The one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
She calls herself Florence when that vision was full of thorns. Yeah, no, right? I'm pretty sure that they're all related. Like that,
we just
because
saw,
those visions...
Those were Naori's memories, right?
And like what we just saw with those thorns and that
innermost thoughts were speaking
flashback sequence, I'm pretty sure they're all absolutely related.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns.
Oh good, they even picked up on it.
Responsible for all these visions she's been having. Then maybe
actually, I really do like it when like the characters in a story do pick up on, like, hey, wait a moment, that thing is like this thing.
We just
like,
found the missing
because
link
it's like,
your
oh
thorns
good,
and what
the
happened here
characters
3
show
centuries ago.
similar intelligence to the like the player,
perhaps even the very heart of
especially on things that are very obvious.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that? If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together,
it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan Astral Energy's will is wishing for. But why?
Yeah, why would...
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two.
Oh.
Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
I have a theory right now. So, so if Dana has light astral energy and Rena has dark, and we've kind of seen that like these thorns are also dark astral energy, well, I'm getting the feeling that essentially like we are in between like our Rena being like our destroyer kind of will, while Rena is like more of our creator kind of role right now, maybe. Because like the relationship between Dana and Rena are like very close, but it also seems like with one side it has light, the other side has dark.
About what I said earlier.
Like, you know, light and dark tend to always be in conflict with each other, and
finally, we begin to
all other
understand what
kind
the
of
thorns
settings.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
So I am starting to get a feeling like there is going to be a light and dark conflict here. So it's like Kingdom Hearts now.
That vision we saw, it was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural.
That would be an interesting franchise to start streaming.
Grave, ghost type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway?
I did like that Dohalim was like, wait, Law actually may be onto something.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Oh hey. Okay, so now we're doing slow walk. Why did we slow walk all the way up to here just to go to a cutscene? Why? Was that necessary?
I very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to see.
Game really likes cutscenes in the last leg, huh? Yeah.
Can change that.
That's why I'm like, maybe we won't finish it this week, just because of like, I don't know how many cutscenes there are. I do know how many bosses are left. I'm not telling you how many bosses are left, but I do know how many are left. And it is a number. Actually, I may have given a little hint because
it's... guys.
What is it?
What?
I want to look
I said bosses.
I'm curious.
Flying a plural.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
I mean, who knows? This may be like the finale part 1, and then next week is like the finale part 2, and then we go to the part 3.
This looks like some kind of research
It'll
facility.
be like a Kylan Phoenix Wright stream all over again.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
What did y'all have for dinner today?
Let's check it out.
I just had
Might
like
give us a
a
lead.
piece of tilapia. I may have been rushing things a bit, so what'd y'all have?
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing
I
within
zoned
the
out hard, but I
tower
heard
halls.
Kylan
It's
Phoenix,
off-limits
right?
even for
Yeah.
ladies, then? Talk
So-
about an exclusive club.
Being
Remember,
exclusive is one
gonna have
thing,
to,
but
I'm gonna have
having
some chicken in a bit.
facilities let in only the Sovereign. Doesn't that seem a little strange?
What kind of
Strange
chicken?
doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe.
I return for
But a
a bit
place
how it
on this
goes.
How did they keep
Ooh,
it
a
from
high
falling
class,
into
elegant
ruin?
craft dinner. Ooh, that
Whoever the
sounds
sovereign
excellent.
is, they can't manage the
it goes
upkeep of
well.
this
We
whole place
are.
themselves.
Did no one ever talk
We
about
may
it
have
when
come
you
up
were
with a
growing
theory. Ooh, some
No,
southern
not
chicken
that I
and
can
gravy.
remember.
That sounds good.
Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
So,
Forbidden Zone is a hallowed
yeah, we're in the
place.
Forbidden Zone, and
One with the
apparently for
Sovereign's
some reason,
authority.
everyone
Grounds of the one
on
true ruler
this
who presides
on
over all
the space
realms.
station, Lenegus,
That is
knew
what we
about
believed
the
this
Forbidden
place to
Zone.
be.
Was like, oh man, I'd
No,
hope to go to the
But we were
Forbidden
made to
Zone.
believe it was. But
Now,
now,
if I was you,
finally time to
and I
discover
market
this
something
area's
as
true
the
purpose,
Forbidden Zone,
why it was kept
that's
hidden
usually a
behind the
place that
scenes
you
for
don't
so
want
long.
people to go to, and you don't want to go to. But hey, the Forbidden Zone. It's like where all the cool people hang out, apparently. What's this? An operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations. Well, that just got fucking dark. The Forbidden Zone is the party zone. Yeah.
I think I can make this
You're
work.
you're right about that, Yuki. Go, Helene. What have you done?
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Okay.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores.
Oh, so this is the big
With
lore
all
dump.
this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords. Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait,
What is it? Did you find something?
it's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
Oh, look, here's this
There
one
must be
interesting
dozens of
headline.
test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I found one that was successful.
As a PhD
Test
candidate,
subject number
I
1273.
all too know well
Ethnicity,
about how many
NA.
having
Unique
too many
adjustment
papers
index,
to read.
Generation NA. Given name Alphen.
Oh, of course we'd find Alphen's record.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
The glasses with this. Oh yeah, no, the glasses with this is amazing.
What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity NA. Unique adjustment index generation NA. Given name Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
Well,
He's the last
are
one.
not are totally not
In 3
Sephiroth is
centuries
also
worth
like
of
that.
records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Wow, really? Not Sephiroth also falls in this, huh?
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest.
The fact that Sephiroth and Cloud are also
It's all
test tube
lies,
babies and making come.
including
This
the part
comparison
about
is
the
very
Sovereign
funny.
residing
Yeah, I
in
know,
Rena.
right?
The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Hey, Wombo, what's up? How's it going?
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
How you doing,
Crown
Wombo?
contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning
Doing
that
good.
for the
How's
past
we're
300
doing good?
years,
I had
someone out
pretty
there
much
has to
like
have
a
been
whirlwind
maintaining
of
that
a
line.
startup,
The same
or
person I'm
like
willing
right
to bet is
before
behind all this.
the fucking angry eyes killed you again.
The Red Woman?
Oh, look at the sad eyes. We got sad eyes too.
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme.
Oh man.
She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
Oh, so we can take a look through and see.
I'll do that.
See here. What do they have to share with us?
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Yes, give us some lore here. Lore top. Alright, okay. So we only have 2? I'm kind of disappointed. Alright, Sovereign. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority in an ID crest. A Dahnan subject serves as the base for its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess an equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within the real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. The instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to security of Lenegis if left unchecked. Boy, howdy, did Alphen show you what happens when he just goes on a rampage. If you remember, like some of the cut, like we had seen like some of Alphen's memories before, like that had taken place like after the ceremony, and he pretty much wrecked all of Lenegis, and it was on fire. So this does check out. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Dahnan subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. Let's top to explore. Alright, so we did this Sovereign. Let's take a look at the Maiden. The Maiden acts as a Sovereign support mechanism for the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with a supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renan's Alma. During the ceremony, it's partly responsible for astral energy conversion as well as maintain stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed of the details of the spirit channeling plan. Amendment 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Amendment 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden resignation revoked and be returned to its original household. Oh. Oh, alright. So, yeah, human experimentation, not cool.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all.
Yeah, no,
I
you
knew
find
what I
out
was already.
more
So
of
it's
your
not like it's a
anime
surprise
tragic
or anything.
backstory, and you're like,
It's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it.
oh,
Just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No.
the lore dump, yeah.
And we'd help you fight it before you ever got that far.
Also, if someone could
Wouldn't
let
we,
me
everyone?
know if captions is working, I
Yeah.
tried to do something
wouldn't
like
just sit
because
by
I
and
saw
watch
that
you
OBS
spiral
has
out
like
of
a
control.
plugin for captions.
That's right.
So I'm trying to see if captions will work.
If you ever start to lose your way,
But then
you can
again,
count on us to guide
open
you
up
back.
OBS and it's like,
To
oh, you
remind
need
you
to
where
re-sign
home
into your
is.
Twitch. I'm like, oh
And I
boy.
would be happy to lend
So I have
an
no idea
attentive
if
ear
anything.
should you ever have need.
Well, I clearly am streaming, but I don't know what's working and what's
Thank you,
not.
everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Like I said, today was a whirlwind, and I didn't actually get to properly test. Properly test everything out like I wanted to. Because I was like, I had literally actually found like how to supposedly set up the OBS captions plug-in and everything, and I think it's supposed to be on. I have no idea if it is or not, because like I can't see anything on my end. But even when I was running captions before in Streamlabs, I don't remember seeing anything. I don't see it on Twitch, so no. Okay. Alright. Oh.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system.
Why is this getting worse and worse? We know he's fine.
If I don't head back, Lennigus will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it.
He'll be fine, Naori. Don't worry about it. We already know.
I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you
The
even
mask,
the
I know,
slightest
right?
chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
You're telling me they found him with that mask on and we're just like, leave it? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it doesn't seem like the...
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape
I guess
Venegas.
whoever, you know, like the Renan
She sure went
slavers
above and
just
beyond
didn't
the
care
call of
that he had a
duty.
mask on. They're like, whatever.
Even
does
with
work.
Venegas crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today.
Yeah, but she also
I owe
may
her
have,
everything.
could have inadvertently
More
killed
than
you.
I could ever
which,
hope to repay.
You know, that could have been a thing.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Alright, where's this gonna take us? Aha! Treasure chest. Heavy treat. Alright. There has been a lot of spicy developments already today. Oh, there's no treasure chest here? That's disappointing. Okay, I thought that was gonna be something. That's a weird door. Okay.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Oh, this is where, yeah, this is where the
course.
sovereign room. Yeah, very weird door. Oh, very weird room, yeah.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
You know, this room has held up pretty well for 300 years.
This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
They did
The
the
Renis
thing.
Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Oh, hey. By their powers combined, they do stuff.
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Hey, Tank, how you
Is this another
doing?
memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
I love that. Good to know the sound alerts are working.
Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us.
Oh.
All in the name of a ceremony, the purpose of which we were never even told.
Yeah, we still don't even know
The Sovereign.
what's going on there.
They linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself.
Wait, what?
The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion.
Alright, yeah, the thorns.
When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done.
Yeah, it didn't turn your hair pink by any chance, ma'am.
With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure.
So have
I
you
didn't
been...
know how.
Wait. I know, right? Like, I can't have been the only one that's been
Especially
thinking that,
since
like,
that
that,
power was astral
Shion was
energy
actually Naori this whole
In
time.
which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead.
Damn.
That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little
Yeah, I know,
time
right?
could.
That's what I'm waiting for, too. I'm like, so she's actually
The time
Shion,
needed
right?
For a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well.
Oh. Okay.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future
Oh, so
world
she
with this
fucked.
threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Kimmy's not wrong. She fucked. She had kids at some point. Because that's how you have descendants. Am I right?
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
Oh, hey, look, now we're glowing.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the
Oh, look,
ceremony.
Shion got a new
centuries
hairdo.
ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's
I
outfit?
know, right?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Yep.
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
I don't know how... Oh, God. Thanks for
These
the new
outfits
outfit.
are directly linked to the answers we've been
Damned
chasing
under her
this
wings
whole
and
time.
glasses, I know, right?
If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Plumage.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience.
By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a maiden in Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
Every time we
It's
get a close-up on
possible?
those glasses.
You really think so?
I do.
Oh,
We
hey,
can rid
thanks.
you of
The
your
wings are
thorns
blocking
and
the
stop the
cutscene.
world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it.
Yeah.
Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril,
Yay, you may not have to
Selfish
die
of me,
after
I
all,
know,
Shion.
but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they
I thought
say
she said-
modesty is dead.
Hump, not hunt. Oh no! Ah,
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
the hump. We must
You
begin
know
the
what
hump.
you're following. We're all in this together, Shion. You included.
Woo!
Now let's get moving,
God.
shall we? Last I heard,
Very
we had an
different
apocalypse to stop.
objective. I was looking away and my head just snapped back to the screen like, pardon?
Thank you, Naori.
I mean, it's an ambitious goal, I guess.
So Naori sealed away the power.
It
that
is
made
an
me lose
ambitious
control
goal.
of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life.
Oh,
But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories,
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
dude, I want
My
to fall asleep for
thorns are
300
gone.
years, please.
I
Damn,
never dared to
yeah.
dream that
So
such a thing
Alphen
could be
is a
possible.
300-year-old
No,
is over
truth
300
is-
years old.
I think maybe I've always been dreaming
Yeah, no, right?
about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family,
I,
or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing
giving
everyone.
giving
All the
Law
normal
deserved
things
smack.
that people
Just
do together.
wham.
I always wished I could experience them for myself.
Man, what
and
did Law
finally
do to
know
get
what they were
smacked?
like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so
What
scared
did
of getting
poor
my
Law
hopes up.
do? He is our
And what if
boy.
it doesn't work out in the end? And
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live
Forget
a
destiny.
normal life. There are a lot of things
Oh,
you still
man.
want to do, right?
yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good.
Oh,
I'll keep
man.
on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
You know, I would also like to take a 300-year nap, but, you know, I have a feeling like even then COVID would still be a thing. Just saying. Ooh. Yes, I need that. Thank you. Revitalize, an advanced healing art that restores all allies' HP. Yes, please. Let's see here. Ooh, a new sword. A Swordel Athelas. God, I'm sorry. If anyone actually knows how that's actually pronounced, I'm sorry I butchered that because I'm like, I don't know how that's pronounced. I'm just gonna go Swordel Athelas. A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all of their latent power so that they can have the spirit channeling ceremony. Ganem Anathlas. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen sovereign, granting them endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling ceremony. Lielza Preacris. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen maiden, capable of interfering with astral energy, is worn to contain the sovereign's power.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way. Showing us what we can aspire to.
Alright. Couple things I wanted to point out. So, like, the timeline of, like, because, like, the Renans invaded Dana, like, 300 years ago as well. And that's when, like, they invaded and started enslaving everyone on Dana. But, like, all the spirit channeling stuff took place before that happened. I am wondering if the invasion and, like, the failed spirit channeling are somehow connected. Because, like, it would make sense, like, because this failed, I wish... Going back to lurking, so go chat with my brother. Enjoy your lurk. So I wonder, because if, like, what the spirit channeling ceremony failed, I wonder if that somehow ties back into, the invasion. Like, how are those, if they are? I have a feeling they are. I'd be kind of disappointed if they're not related. We'll go this way. Yeah, what's over here? Weird door, weird doors. Another teleportation. Where are we going now?
That's quite some door, all right.
What do you mean?
This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
You don't know that.
After
I don't know
everything
that.
we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Yep, there's big old crest. What's
This is
everyone
it,
got
guys.
to drink tonight?
Time to see what
I just got
secrets are
some
in
water.
store.
Oh. This whole thing gives me such bad vibes. I know, right? Oh. Oh no. Yeah, like we may be having another boss encounter or something already. Because there's the little healing thing. This looks like an interesting boss room. I'm finishing some matcha milk with some boba. Oh, milk tea. Ooh.
We're a
That
long
sounds
way
really
from the
good.
residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Oh, Law. I feel the same way, Law. Feed my stomach. She's savage, I love it. Oh yeah, Rinwell's like probably like the best. Honestly, like my tiers of characters I've been really I really enjoy Law and Rinwell. Especially the fact that Rinwell is always picking on Law.
Volron!
Oh hey, it's Volron.
Still alive.
Sorry, not
And
Sephiroth
there's the
guy.
Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though, something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed.
Here's Sephiroth.
At the shrine of the true sovereign.
Wait, what is he doing? Why is he muttering?
He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey look, over there.
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
Oh, hey.
Woman. So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
Oh
All
no,
have the same face? How is that even possible?
this is not good. This is not good. Oh look. Oh boy. Ma'am? Ma'am?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't... Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Oh, 3 red women.
Particularly targeted.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. You picked the wrong fight. Here I come. No escape.
Never miss.
Strike. Eternal devastation.
All right. Oh, they're all dark type, which means. Oh wait, hang on. Because the only person who has light is Brinwell. So let's see here. Turn that off. Turn that off. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thunder apparently is light here, so that'll work. Ooh, spooky music too. I just realized this boss. Actually, this kind of gives me some Bloodborne vibes, not gonna lie. Like like the music does anyways. Not anything else, just the music. And I tend to listen to the Bloodborne soundtrack a lot.
No further. Too much. I'm not done. This one's all mine. Demon Lash. Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glimmer. Reload. Damn it. Illuminate the dark. Come on. Holy glimmer. Holy Let the marksman handle. You picked the wrong fight.
Oh boy.
This one's mine. Illuminate the dark. Holy land. All the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Some punishment?
You'll pay for that.
I'll bring you back from... That's mighty contempt! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Action! Reach the holy land!
Eternal devastation.
Water! Heal my power! Spread!
Take this.
Pierce
No
evil!
escape.
Lightning condemn! Don't crush in silence!
Eternal devastation.
Armor won't save you! Holy land!
No escape. Air pressure. Crush. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. Here I come.
Thunder field!
Severing this.
Here goes!
Shockwave flash.
Pierce evil! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Here I come. Try harder.
Radiant light!
Every generation has to be seen.
No further.
Stay away from my friend. You're mine.
I'll bring you back. If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Shockwave flash. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Here goes!
Alright, if she's casting that, then I am. Use this.
Lightning condemn! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Oh, hey. Wrong item. What did I use? I don't know.
My heart confused.
No rest for the wicked.
This should do it.
Armor is all mine!
Here I come.
Magna Ray!
No
I'm all
escape.
soaked up! Annihilation! Magna Ray! By the power of water! Thanks so much!
Take this.
I'll fix you up!
Eternal devastation.
I don't know if it doesn't look like focusing one of them down doesn't seem to do anything, because it seems they all share the same health track at least.
Eagle Ray. Take this. Eternal devastation. No escape. Not today.
By the lightning orb!
Eternal
Lightning
devastation.
condemn! Thunderblade! Here goes! Spirit! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! By the power of water!
I popped over to controlling Runwell for a second just so I can make sure she uses her Mystic Art because it is super effective on them. So I wanted to pop over to do that. Actually,
light.
No escape!
Illuminate the
Shockwave flash! It's on! Severing wave!
Shine! Radiant light! Pulse of regeneration!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Land!
You're mine!
Blood!
Shockwave bloody hollow! Try harder!
Illuminate the
Here I
dark!
come!
Come forth, Holy
No escape! Black and blade! Lunar Rondo!
Corruption! Illuminate the dark! Mega Ray! Holy Land! By the power of God!
Eternal devastation! Crush!
I'll heal you all!
Eternal devastation!
Lightning condemn! Healing
Eternal
circle!
devastation!
Illuminate the dark! Magic advance! Holy Land! Mega Ray! By the power of God!
Burn!
Illuminate
You're
the
mine!
by the power of Holy River! Holy Land! Bring you down!
It's over! Eternal devastation! Crush!
Here I go!
Eternal
Supernova!
Strike!
You know the worst part? Oh god!
What in the world?
The worst part is their big laser I can easily get around. I can get around it. The rest of my party cannot dodge it. Because they just like, oh no, they're gonna fire a big laser, and then just kind of stand there and take it on the face.
Right. I'm still standing.
Lunar corruption! By the power of water!
Eternal devastation! Can't get out of this!
Confiscated!
This one's all mine! Eat this!
Sighted!
Eternal devastation!
Light after I'll bring you back from denied! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Land!
Win! Devastation!
Oh hey.
Illuminate the dark!
Not beyond fury.
Holy Glimmer!
Eternal devastation!
Illuminate the dark!
I did not mean to switch over to Shion.
Behold! The earth pulse!
Yeah! Yeah, go Tohaline. Do something useful.
Here's a healing.
Demon Blast!
New leaf on life.
On your knees.
I'm out of ammo.
Here I come!
I've used too much.
I'm not gonna take any chances here. That news. Ah! I can dodge that.
Need to pull myself together. Lightning orb. Need to pull myself. Radiant.
Take this! Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Holy Land. Arc shield.
Eternal devastation! Not today!
Regeneration!
Radiant.
Eternal devastation!
This one's mine.
No escape! Crush!
Illuminate the dark.
Eternal devastation!
Annihilation. Radiant.
Here I go! Eternal devastation!
No further!
Lightning condemn. Thunder. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy Land. Mega Ray. Need to pull myself together. I'm lightning
Eternal
orb.
devastation!
Lightning condemn.
Benediction light.
Confiscated.
Take this! This one's all
Hear
mine!
my call.
Crush!
Spread.
Eternal
Hear
devastation!
my call.
You picked the wrong
Lightning
fight!
orb.
Death on the way!
Lightning condemn. Laser spear. Here's the
Eternal devastation!
Take
Take
it!
this! No escape!
Holy Glimmer. Holy Land.
No further.
Oh, hey. I didn't realize Tohaline was about to die there.
I owe you one. There! Take this!
It's time to finish this.
Oh,
Die.
that will help Shion.
Wildfire. I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Eternal devastation!
Oh, hey, it actually did cancel him out of that animation. That's actually impressive and helps a lot.
Stay away from my friend!
Dance on the wind!
No escape!
Reflect on thy sin.
The flame inside me yearns to be
From
let
beyond,
free!
imbue this
Not
raging
today.
soul with life.
Lightning orb.
Eternal
Illuminate
devastation!
the dark. Come forth, Holy Glimmer.
Shine, radiant
Holy
light.
Land.
Regeneration! Regenerate! I owe you one. Escape! Resonate with the earth!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
And haha! Ah, suck it, red women.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
No, it's not over.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
Oh wow, who did no, I don't know what the hell they did.
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You know, just a few bruises and scrapes. I'm fine.
You had me worried there.
Good lord. Well, sometimes you just gotta blow up. Literally.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh, great. He woke up.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Oh, great.
So this
Yay.
time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Oh, apparently we have a grudge.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Oh, wow. Turns out he can move.
Did
Who
you
would have
really
guessed?
think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alph, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300
I like how
years
even
apart.
Volron's like,
The
wait, there's a
data they
lore
took
jump?
from
I
you
need
was
lore.
exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Never call the bluff. Yeah, exactly. Never call the bluff.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Whoosh.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Ah.
Too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Oh god. No. Well, fuck. This is going swimmingly. I mean, yeah, I know, right? Also, never split the party. Okay, good. She's just going back for a running start. Use your wings. You have them. I know they're not really there, but use them. I mean, we gave you wings. Wings.
Go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
I do love how they actually just ditched Volron there.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
He's just gonna stand there getting made.
Yeah.
Oh, mauled.
We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Well.
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those
Nikishi.
soldiers in Faria
Why
in
are you
trance?
looking like Nikishi?
What? Those brainless things?
Yeah, he kinda did.
Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
We're going to Rena. We're going to a whole nother planet.
Master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Right?
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human
Okay.
at all.
Law, they never
definitely
look
weren't
perfectly
Renan or
human.
Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena. And
You know what?
Shion's thorns.
Actually, them
Unfortunately, they
being
blew
human
themselves out
Zoogle
before we got
hybrids,
the chance.
that's my theory about
Why
what
would
they
they
are.
do such a thing, though? To take us with
Because,
them?
like, that appearance
or
that they
in order to
take,
keep something hidden?
like, I guess their true
Both
form.
sound plausible to my ears.
Yeah, it was kind of like a
They took
Zoogle.
off with the Renaissalma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Alright. Every red woman we've come across also doesn't seem to really ever want to talk, so... So we just have to leave this place. Now we have to go run all the way back through here. Ooh, treasure chest. Open up the chest. Oh, that would have been helpful. 3 life bottles. Yay. The room unchanged for 3 centuries, like time itself has stopped here. Okay. Alright. Oh, was this... No, this wasn't the room we were in before. Alright. Grape gel. It's over here. You see lots of numbers. Looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lenegis proper. And notice, this area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to its final phase. Okay, yeah, this room we were in before, but I want to double check, make sure I got everything here. Yeah, I didn't go back here. Let's see here. Select a topic to explore. Oh, hey, here we go. Some stuff. The sedative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Amendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. So that was about the mask that Alphen was wearing. That's what that was about. So apparently there used to be more of them, but the Renans stopped making them. Because of, I guess, their side effects and issues that they had with them. Ooh, brainwashing report. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. Yeah. I mean, the whole, anything using, like, human experimentation is usually unsettling, because it's either, like, some eldritch thing, or it just ends up being nightmare fuel. Anyways, after receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority, while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test subject 10105 serves as the realm's current lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or devices. Oh, so this is about Volron. Or our fake Sephiroth, or Sephiroth knockoff. Rather, it has done so by sheer governance. Given this method is effectiveness at population control, monitoring the situation will continue. Amendment 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be the key of this style of rule. Wow. So yeah. Volron was a violent dictator, who would have guessed. Once a subject loses autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Amendment 2. Soldiers in Lenegis have undergone this treatment and will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. Oh, okay. Whoever's in charge of this experiment, yeah, no. Man, that's fucked up shit. Oh, hey. Okay, so about Lenegis. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renus Alma within the central core of Lenegis. Excuse me. Need to hydrate on that one. Activation and control of astral energy conversion. Okay, yeah. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around the large conduit along with the defense flares surrounding them. Thank you, Kimmy, for redeeming the hydrate. I could probably use more water anyways. It's comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit along with the defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as a stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to the residential zones. Hold up! So, they knew that damage to the residential zone was gonna happen. They knew this was gonna happen ahead of time, so this wasn't just, oh hey, someone was messing with something and then oops, accidentally caused problems for the residential zones. They knew intentionally that damage to the residential zones was gonna happen. Alright. Whoever this is, because I don't want to say it's just Renans, because it's clearly not just Renans. Someone, there is a specific group at play here that we don't know about yet. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the Spirit Channel ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as the central base of operations for management and execution of the Crown Contest on Dana. Warning. Any personnel with a level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Such a topic. Let's talk about this detachable harvester. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lenegis' conduit, from which it separates. Upon landing in Danan waters, it extends to two sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways extend and envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, effectively harvesting the planet's astral energy in mass. The accumulated energy is then transferred to Rena via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustments take place in the Forbidden Zone's regular area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Amendment 1. The Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. Due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Okay, so what we called the wedge was actually their harvester, which we kind of figured was a harvester of some sort. But, you know, apparently there was another one before that I guess maybe Alphen blew up. And here we are now dealing with a second one. And, that's some lore to go back on to. Yeah, the assholes. That's who we're looking. That's our unknown enemy, is the assholes. Oh hey, another thing for me to heal at. That's not suspicious. Maintenance password. Okay, yeah. Oh, hey guys. You here for a fight? Yeah, you guys are here for a fight.
Engaging! You're mine! This one's all mine! Too fast! Stand back! I'll keep it up. Rising no escape! It's over! Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to use all the power of my shield.
Shadow incantation ruined.
Ignite! Eternal devastation! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn! I'm knocked up! Lunar Rondo! Stardust! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alright.
Now! You're mine! Stardust! Hurricane Thrust! I'm ready!
So many
Everyone
particle
hanging in
effects. I don't know who's playing on the violin right now, but they're doing a really good job. Oh yeah, I forgot about you, you big bug monsters.
Little help!
The Force Mantis.
Flame!
The Force is strong with this Mantis.
My turn!
Healing circle! As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
No escape! The flame inside!
I'm pretty sure I made that joke before about the Force Mantis, but you know what? It's a good joke.
Explosive ring! Execution! Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacial Shield!
You're mine!
I'm going to use
You picked the wrong fight! Lunar Rondo!
Hitting Pile Timer.
Supernova! Light Astral Lightning Control!
Try harder! Not a chance! Lunar Rondo! Try harder!
Holy Land!
Lunar Rondo!
Spirit Flame! Reload! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Here I come! Eternal devastation!
Come forth! Holy Soaring Blast! Holy Land!
Take this! Crush! Try harder! This one's all mine! Eternal devastation! Crush!
Illuminate the clouds!
Eternal devastation!
Holy
Crush!
Denied!
Severing wind! Searing gale! No escape!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Coming through! Ha!
Ugh.
Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine! Eternal devastation!
You know, our first combat of the stream was actually a boss fight. Huh.
Won't lose! Lightning Lord!
Eternal devastation! Eat dirt!
Illuminate the dark! Holy River! Holy Land!
Demon Land!
Healing
Eternal
Circle!
devastation!
Water, hear my call!
Liquid Blast!
Red! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming Wildfire! Gemini Aqua!
I'm ready! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I felt better, that's for sure.
You felt worse too.
I won't forgive you!
I'm not done!
Take this.
It's over!
One more!
Infinity.
Begin! Eternal devastation!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Tornado Drive! Here I come!
pummeling me. That'll bring you down.
I'm ready!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Use the healing arc!
Here I come! Crush!
Water! Hear my call! Illuminate! Glacial Sphere! Here's evil!
You're mine!
Free Blazer!
Wind! I'll grind you into dust!
Illuminate the
No escape!
Thank you! Holy Lance! Well then, let's keep moving.
So does anyone have any plans for this weekend? Because I don't really have too much exactly planned for this weekend besides tomorrow doing a Beastie Weastie stream. But what do y'all have going on this weekend? Anything interesting? Anything fun?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
Oh yeah, we
two.
still have to address all this.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Hiding from the cold. Oh, that's right.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me
Yeah,
about Tarnigan too.
definitely.
Is it true?
Definitely did get cold up there,
What
didn't
difference
it?
does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave
It's very
peril.
cold this weekend.
I can see.
By some, yeah, I know, right?
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens.
Oh
Until
no,
now,
panic has set
whenever
in with the
something like this
citizens.
happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Yeah, he knows a lot, actually.
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was.
Oh, Dohalim's just
That
gonna
is,
tell him.
if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Oh boy.
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Oh, this is where Dohalim has looked like, oh no, I have to be in charge.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look up there, it's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is nice and warm right now.
In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned. perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Oh, what do you know? How convenient. As soon as he finishes his speech, the lights come back on. A bright tomorrow awaits. Lights boom back on.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
Like,
I only pray the relief
that's
will tide the
just
city
comical
over for the
on
time
like
being.
how well timed that is.
What you said earlier about the Sovereign possibly not even existing. Was it true?
Like,
it's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
Oh god. What about
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future.
what about my
huh?
glaring red hair that makes you say that? Yeah.
Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul. How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Oh hey, a new thing. Renan leader. Oh wait. Easier, yep, easier dodging. I always love it when I I can dodge easier.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
Everyone, share the
One
credit.
sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a
I don't think
stand.
that makes you
And when I
a
realized the severity
slave.
of
That
my
just makes you
mistake,
complicit to what's going
all I
on.
longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known
Oh,
what?
goody, more skits.
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me
this
now?
is an anime game.
What does
Everyone
it
has a
matter?
tragic backstory.
But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Ah, yes, anime Ethan.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Anime Ethan. Remember that guy?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last.
Move your limbs. Thank you,
It was
Kimmy,
always so
for
infuriating,
moving
knowing how
the
capable
limbs.
he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt.
If you haven't taken a moment to stretch,
He's
out,
finally beginning to spread
move
his
your
wings.
limbs.
I'm happy for him.
So,
Actually,
why do you look so
Kimmy, I
sad?
just thought about something.
Oh, I don't know if
How
I'd say
do
sad.
Mia and Phoebe
There's
feel
a bit of
about the
sweetness to
cold
it, I
weather?
guess.
Are
It's
they, do
good
they like
and
cold weather?
Strange.
Are they or
knowing
are they
that he
not a
won't be
fan of
needing me
that?
anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child
They
takes
fight
his
for
first
warm
shaking,
surfaces.
nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that.
I mean,
All
you
this
know
has
what?
made me
I
realize
can get behind
I
that.
can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
They've been pushing each other off my lap ever since I got home because I have a heated blanket. Oh, that's kind of funny. Not gonna lie. Oh hey, we've been locked out of fast traveling apparently. I could see them fighting over warm surfaces, especially with the heated blanket involved. You gotta stay warm, toasty. I'm glad I don't have to worry about the cold weather so much, because being in Miami, it doesn't ever get cold. And so I'm like, haha. I think like there are some days where it gets like the low, maybe like the low 40s. But like, and then like you have to start worrying about like iguanas going into hibernation and then falling out of trees and hitting you. Not saying I've seen that actually happen, but I've seen pictures of like iguanas frozen on the ground. Because like they can't deal with cold temperatures because they're cold-blooded animals. And so they'll just fall over. I prefer it over the heat because burying under a bunch of blankets to sleep is such a good sleep. Oh yeah. No, it definitely falls under one of those things of like cold weather's easier to deal with because you can always put on more layers. But with the heat, you can't. You can only take off so much, as the old phrase would go. But I was always more of a person that prefer like hot weather. You can only get so naked and remain socially acceptable. Exactly. But I always preferred like the warm and hot weather, just because like, oh hey, you can go swimming when that happens, or go to the beach. But cold weather was good because that's like the best time of the year to also get oysters and gumbo.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is.
Ooh.
Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh, that's not good. Okay, not gonna lie, when Renril actually screamed there, I actually legit kind of like, oh. It's like I was not expecting that to happen. That's bad, yeah. People don't belong in space, silly. Oh, we're dead. Well, didn't see that ending coming. Roll credits. Oh, never mind. We're not dead.
Damn! The hell just happened?
You got sent
Our course
somewhere.
has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
I mean, you know, tactically that
Everyone,
makes sense.
Look there!
This can't be good. What the hell am I looking at? Alright, I'm gonna assume that's dark astral energy. That's a laser. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'd like to... Apparently we're growing a flower. Someone get Yuki in here. Let her know that we have a big plant problem. Yuki, we need your help here.
Blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Oh boy.
Damn it. Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
So it's destroying one planet to give birth to a new one. I
With
guess
everything that's
so.
happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Oh boy, now where are we going? Huh? Are we going back to Lenegis? I guess we're going back to Lenegis. This looks drastically different. Wait a moment, what is this?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
Who brought us
We
here?
haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
I think you need to figure out where
Shion.
is.
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Yeah.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people. Does it ever get lonely
I
sometimes?
feel like this skit could have come up
I
a lot
guess I
earlier in
never
the
really thought
game.
about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone.
Like, I don't know why it's just now
Before
coming
long,
up.
It was just part
But, like,
of my
this felt like
everyday
it could have been
reality.
triggered earlier.
I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb
Man,
to your
buy
reality,
some
you
gloves.
didn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
Man, it's like
It's fine.
Rogue's power
I know
from
I'm not
X-Men,
alone
but
anymore.
worse.
But
Because, like, you don't get
I
to
can't
steal
even
other
touch
people's
you.
powers and stuff.
No way of
You just
lending you
hurt
a
people by
shoulder when you're
touching
down?
them.
Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern.
Oh, God.
Until I get rid of these thorns.
Oh, that's right.
I
There's
guess
the
I'll have to put up
X-Men,
with
like,
it just a little
97
longer,
car
but not
revival that's
forever.
coming
Alphen
on Disney+.
promised me that.
So I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Maybe it'll be soon. Maybe
Hope
it
it's
won't
good.
be. But either way,
Uh,
the day will come.
I miss that
And
X-Men
I'll be ready
cartoon.
when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there.
Yeah!
One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Big hugs. I definitely like big hugs. Hey, why is there an arrow back there? Whatever. I gotta watch the two most recent. Yeah, I have watched the first episode, but I haven't kept up with anything.
Ah, what the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
But
Come
I'm
on.
starting to see
How am I
memes. I'm
supposed
like,
to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
heck,
It's
I still
called
need to go see
experiencing
Spider-Man.
Feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Aw.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Thanks, Mom, for your insight. Alright. Oh, good. I
I
watched
still
only.
can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah.
Yay, I walked a few steps in,
Planet's
right into
really
another
not doing too
cutscene.
hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours.
Yeah, actually.
Although, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Actually, you know what?
It's
That
me.
is weird
I
that
have
Rena
absolutely no
looks like
clue.
that because I wasn't
It's
expecting
so
Rena to look
surreal.
like a
Looks like a broken egg or something.
yeah, something
Rena
like that.
and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens.
Wait a moment.
But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Wait,
Dohalim.
what? The Renan Dohalim didn't even know what his
Who's the
planet
wise
looked
guy
like?
that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
There's a flat Earth
That's what
joke
it
to be
looked
made
like.
about that,
And
but
then the
I'm
Danon
above
side
that.
Responded.
Perhaps it was some kind
I think
of
we'll
directive
go
from the
around
Renan
that
homeworld
kind of joke.
to reawaken the Wedge and Lenegus?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Okay. Oh, this is like an elevator or something. Who puts trees in vases like this in these containers? Who does this? Who does that? Why? Where am I? I'm gonna go lower level? Or is it accessible? Central level then. Why not? I mean, it's just doesn't seem very good to the plants. I don't know. I'm not a botanist. Maybe we should ask Yuki. Or my mother. Actually, my mother is actually like a green, has like a really good green thumb. Oh hey, here we go.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Oh hey. There's a thing in the pod.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
Oh good, it can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
What?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
Okay, did he not bring us
here? We
here?
did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Harmed, no. Violated, maybe.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
The Great Spirit. Oh boy.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
This is so sus, I know, right?
True ruler of Rena.
But I feel like...
It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great
I feel
spirit
like
of
this
yours
may
is the one
actually
that
be
ordered
like
you things
the
to harvest
thing that we're
astral
supposed to end
energy
up
from
fighting
Dana?
at the end, because
I'm
like
not sure I believe
we're
that.
we're very
Why
close to
not?
the end.
We've
Like,
already made
I don't want to say
contact
like
with the
this
will of
isn't
Dana back in the
correct.
Wedge and in the
So-
Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest.
Oh, there you
Had
go.
the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
Oh boy!
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Yep, that makes sense.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
Yep.
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Time to kill God.
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan.
Yep, well, here we are. Yep, it's that
Dana's energy is
JRPG
being
trope.
harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
It is time to kill God. Let's go.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No.
Yes.
My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
He's like, yeah, kill God for
Vengeance?
me, please.
For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Wait, there are others we have to talk to? It's
Just
science,
how
and I
many of
also
you are
hate that guy.
I am the only Helganquil
That is
who
his
inhabits
motivation
the
here.
phase.
I am here for science, and that guy, fuck him. Fuck that guy.
Hey! Hey!
He's sleepy now, Law. Let him sleep.
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Let them sleep. Find the quote-unquote others. Oh,
You
hey,
can't
another cutscene.
seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
I'm
To be
out.
honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Ah, yes, that's the million-dollar question I have right
Now that
now.
you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrik 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Well, you know what? I'm starting to have an idea that maybe, like, all these plants they're keeping in these faces and stuff are somehow, like, they farm all this stuff for stuff. Not sure. Lower level. Oh look, people. Goody.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Ah, yes. Anytime they like get out of quarantine.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrik 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
Whose
And what
voice
was
is
that
that?
about
I don't know.
subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to.
You know that
I
voice?
guess we should ask around here.
Let's see if he has a name, because that character has a name that would help. Where are you? There you are.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control.
This is gonna drive me
I'm told he
bananas because his
slaughtered
voice
many
is so
Renans
similar.
in Helgengor
Familiar?
that
Yeah.
day.
Well, if they give us a name for this man, it'll be a
For
whole
the
lot
next
easier.
plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
I'd rather nothing more continue to happen because that
He
just
talks
seems...
like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Thanks, Kisara, for pointing that out. Name. Oh, he's... Oh, no. Kimmy, his name is just Renan, male lab worker. That's his name. I don't know what to tell you.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Wait, next shift?
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
What?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Holy shit! I kind of saw that coming, but at the same time, holy fuck.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astral Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
Oh,
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
Oh, boy.
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal.
Oh!
What you see going on between the two planets? I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Oh, boy. Oh,
Does he really
boy.
expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
That I didn't see coming. This is a lot. I know, right? This is a serious amount.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you,
I've discovered
I'd be
that
mad as hell
Bamco
if
does
they
not credit the
deceptions.
English voice cast at all.
I mean,
But they're
sure,
non-union, which I
was
guess means they
surprised
don't
when I
have
first
to,
found
but
out
it
about
still
it,
stinks.
But it happened so
But
long ago.
I'll never.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
I can't believe
Who can
Bamco would.
say?
Actually,
My
you know
guess
what? I
is it
could
just
see
got bored, or
Bandy
maybe
Damkey
even a
doing
little
something like
lonely.
that.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or
But, like-
Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with
I
us.
could have sworn
No way.
the
If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or
oh yeah, I
purge
guess
us
they get
outright.
unofficially
After all this time,
credited
there's
then.
nothing to be gained from going back. We've
Apparently
all
they
agreed
only
it'd be
ever did
best
it
to
on
simply
Symphonia.
Stay here and watch
I
everything
know,
unfold
yeah, because I know
instead.
for a fact Symphonia they got
Things
credited.
are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer.
I could have
It
sworn the
can't
original
extend its life
Vesperia
any
they actually
further.
got credited.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see
But
the
like
final
I have to
stage
go
of
get
the
to my
plan
360
before
to
it
do
passes
that
on,
to
though.
look at the original version.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Yeah, like people can guess. Well, like I know, like people like Troy Baker
like
have
our whole
actually
world has
gone
been
out
turned
and said,
upside
"Yeah, no,
down.
I voiced so and
Is
so."
there anything we know that's still true
Like
at this
people
point?
have admitted to like who they
Seriously,
voiced
I'm still
before,
trying to
or
process
like
the fact that we Renans were
um,
created by the Helganquil.
like
let
the
alone
English
Sovereign
voice
and
cast,
Maiden
like for like
stuff.
the main cast, has stated who they voice on
Let's take a
Twitter.
moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
So
And to
yeah,
get that
like they
energy,
can.
the Great Spirit took control
Yeah,
of the Helganquil.
there have been ways that people
Then
have
the
figured it
Helganquil
out,
created
or
the
like they've
Renans,
taken
who
claim
went
to
on
it.
to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once.
Well,
maybe too much.
I guess
even.
whenever we play
should
the credits
probably
game,
take
that's
it
going to
easy
be
and rest our
interesting to
minds a
see.
bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us.
Like, I know,
Because
right?
it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go
You know,
along
this
with
is going to
you.
be
I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
a really hard thing to
Sounds
break
good.
to a lot of
Let's go
people.
find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Like, imagine having to actually go back and explain to everybody and be like, yeah, so Renans aren't really a
Everything we thought
thing.
we
They're
knew.
all, and they're
It was
being
all just a
controlled by
fabrication that
a
the Red
group
Women-
that's
no,
also being
that the
controlled by a
Helganquil
planet.
made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe
Like,
anything that
oh
Havrek
boy.
35 has told us.
This
that
is a lot.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
I was wondering if they're
But
going to make that
Havrek
connection.
35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie. Does
This
that
is
mean everything
bananas?
we've done
Yeah, I
up
know,
until
right?
now has been pointless?
Now I want a
No,
banana.
I don't think so.
Thanks, Cammy. Now I want
At
a
least I
banana.
hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really?
Bananas.
Well then,
Actually,
if
we
we've
could go
lost
for a
it,
banana
I guess
split
we'll
right
just
now.
have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one.
Or a banana.
End
well,
of story.
Wait. Banana Sunday, banana
Make
split,
one,
same
huh?
thing.
I see. Right then. Count me in.
Where'd they all go? Ah, excuse me. Alright, let's talk to you first.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean
Thank you,
Doheny,
Cammy.
don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
Yeah,
I know you're
like I said,
already
that's
aware
gonna be a
of
hard
this,
story to
but
tell
the
everybody.
list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Yeah, you do need a planet to live on, otherwise you can't really do much living. Wait, who are you? Why do you need to be healed? What did you do on this spaceship that needs to be healed? You found me collapsed again and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I continue to go about my research. Okay, thanks. Why was he on the floor? I have questions about that. Did the Renans on Lenegis lose control of their Zeugles? I suppose it's plausible with all that astral energy flowing about the place. In case the arts that were keeping them in line must have been disrupted. I guess it was otherwise the work of the Great Spirit. I agree. It's hard to believe that such a massive consciousness could deliberately conceive and then carry out such a localized phenomenon. Today's vertical construction plan showing a central elevator shaft in many circular areas. Right. Rinwell, what do you have to say on this matter?
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after
Thank you,
everything
Kimmy,
we've
for
seen,
redeeming water the
we don't have
beans.
the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
And now I'm out of water.
Yeah.
Alright.
I get this sinking feeling
We're
whenever
gonna go
I
get
remember
more
how Dan and Mages, like my
drink.
family, were persecuted and
We're
died
gonna get
out.
more water as soon as
And now,
this particular
I finally
cutscene
know
wraps
why
up.
that is.
Besides, you can't redeem more of the beans for like a few
But I was
minutes anyway, so
thinking,
ha ha ha!
If Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe.
Yeah, what is
But
the
regardless,
motivation for the Great
at the
Spirit
end
and
of
why
the
does it want to
day,
destroy everything?
Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Alright, hang on for a second, I'll be right back. And I'm back. I wasn't really gone for that long, was I? So yeah, like, we've been getting a lot more questions and not so many answers. Which is pretty much the Belcock way. You know what? I'm gonna save Law for last. Save Law for last. Seriously?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed.
Actually,
it's shocking to have
there's
so
a
many
sink
things
right
I
over
thought
there
to be
that I just get
indelible
water
fade
from.
away in mere seconds.
There you go.
Even
so
I'm
you can see
still
where I'm
not
pointing
sure
to.
everything
And
we've
just
heard
boom,
here is
water.
actually true.
Everything
Let's
is
not
a
delude
lot.
ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie,
Yeah.
it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say
Yeah, that
when
makes
problems
sense.
arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, that was a thing. Alright, let's go talk to Law, because I imagine Law is going to have something to add to this mess. This is a mess now.
I can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Like...
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, When's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the
When's this
same
guy
mistakes
gonna get his
I'd made
act
back
together?
with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
Law
I know
signed
this
up
is
for
going
a
to sound
revolution.
strange
He
coming
did
from
not
me,
sign up to fight
but
God.
Maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons. But I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what
Oh,
to do
hey!
or who to
Thanks,
tell.
Quinceañera, for subscribing.
But that's when
How
I
you doing
finally
today?
got it. You guys were all there for me.
Also, good to know
teach
that
me
the
what's
Twitch
really
alerts,
important.
the
I
alerts
just
are
had
actually
to open
working
up
too.
and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside.
Also, wait. Oh, that came
begin
from
to lose sight of
Streamlabs.
what you really care about. Yeah.
Huh.
I think you're right.
The thing that's most
Interesting.
important, what I really care about.
Why is Streamlabs
all
still?
I want to do is protect the people
I
that
deleted
really
it, though.
matter to me.
That's
to fight
weird.
for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is
Well-
strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when
That
he was
doesn't
still
make any
alive.
sense.
Law, you
Because
know you're strong
last
enough
week
to fight.
we didn't have
and you're
Streamlabs
strong enough to
notifications.
protect
Now
the
we
people
do.
You care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the
Also,
first place.
thank you for subscribing for 7 whole months, Quinceañera.
Yeah.
Sorry, the whole
Yeah,
Streamlabs
I
thing
think it
threw me off
does.
for a second. I was like, wait, what?
It's like
But
a
yeah.
big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always
Goodness.
have. I think
I
that's
get
best.
distracted easily. It happens.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would
Steel.
have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late.
So,
How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call.
I wonder how
is a
long
mystery.
this has been going
I
on
don't
for
think
now.
Naori was hoping that we would just stop
Because,
the world
like,
from getting destroyed.
the Helganquil
She
had to
considered
make
me,
their own race.
Danon, as a real person.
But that had to take
She very
time.
much cherished her own people
So
too.
how long has this been going on?
I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff, like
Like,
everyone's
this has
needing
been
to
going.
meet
This had to
halfway
have been
and
going
embrace
on
each
for a
other's pain and
very,
suffering.
very long time.
She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori.
For everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in. And I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live. And that's the honest truth.
To live! To live!
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
Yes, do the thing that
I
needs to
am.
be done.
There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Alright, now Law is ready to kick God's ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it.
You know, it really did just dawn on me
trying to rob us of our
that
entire
this
world.
did fall into the
And it's going to take
stereotypical
not just our
JRPG
home,
of
but
boy
all of
meets
existence
girl,
along with it.
they slay God.
That alone is enough to make it our enemy.
This did
But
really
it's
go
not
that
only
trope.
that. One way or another, I think
It just
even
took
the
a
Great
longer way to
Spirit
get
is
there,
going to
I
be
guess.
tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
This is like, oh yeah. Like,
You're
I mean, it's
referring to
done
vision
all
of
the
destruction
time,
we
but
all
still.
saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
And this does actually feed back into my whole idea
Shion's
about like a
thorns are the
creator and
Great
destroyer.
Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Yep. Yep, this is definitely going with my theory here.
Shion.
Oh, look at that. Shion's wings are blocking the cutscene again.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Yeah, the wings always messing up cutscenes. What they're there for. Alright, good. We're all back
Our
together.
minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
I guess today.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
Oh, man.
Importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Oh, good. So they could evacuate
Wait,
if the
explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on
I like
Rena
how
we're needed,
explosion?
not Lenegis.
What? I'm sorry, what?
The people there will be fine.
Law.
I'm sure of it.
Right.
What do you mean they're gonna explode? I wasn't ready for explosions today. I mean, you know, I'd be worried about things suddenly exploding around me too, Law. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick detour and go to the upper level, just to see what's up there. I don't know if we'll be coming back to this, whatever this place is. Ah! Oh, this is a viewing dock. Yeah, okay, so you can see Rena with the flower coming out, and then there's Dana. Okay, so ooh boy, are we far away from all that. Look at the rest of the cosmos. Space. Huh. Right? Don't put time to making that. Alright, let's see what you got to say to us.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral
Gotta blow up the
energy.
core, Star
But
Wars
how are we
style.
supposed to destroy that core?
Yeah! Gonna
By
have to
using
go
the
into that
Venice
trench.
Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her.
Yeah, you tell him.
We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Oh, great. We're going to have to fight our way out of here.
Fine, then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather...
Go figure, right?
We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
Oh, hey, what do you know?
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all.
So, yep, we could go kill Khan and then crumble. We'll actually destroy a whole planet, too.
Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
Remember that. We're not doing it for
matters
you.
little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, was it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated
Fucking
stuff.
looks like a mini Ava, don't it? Yeah, it does. It really
All we have to do
does.
is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Evrecht 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Now I have to go wait. Oh, hey. It's a cutscene. It'll take some time for the to completely repair your starship. I suggest you all get some rest in the interim. Alright, we'll go rest. Yay! Recovering. And getting our stuff back. We need it. Do. Oh, hey.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it.
You know
for
what?
the
We still
people
didn't
of
get
the
to learn
future
anything
first
about
and foremost.
the root of Helgen and the connection to the
Do
Helligans.
you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed,
I wonder if that will.
I don't know whether
wonder
I'll
if
be
that'll
able to
come
reside
up again.
in Lenegis proper, however. My first order
Naming
of business may be to
simulators are
find
too
somewhere to
close
live.
for them not to be
You'll
related.
always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara.
Seriously, yeah.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before.
Oh.
But I do like the sound of it.
Oh?
Yeah.
I think I do too.
Oh boy.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
Angry love.
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there
If
might
you
be some
two nerds don't
invisible
kiss,
force
I
pulling our
swear.
strings this whole time?
So...
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you?
I know, right? I've been thinking...
Sense it a lot more than the rest of us?
Have you noticed,
Because you can
like, how they've
understand it?
split, like...
Yeah.
Like, how the
I
party
think
has
that might be
definitely
part of
got,
it.
like, shipped
But I
themselves?
think I
Cause
also want to believe
Yuki
it's
comes
good.
out, kiss!
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Oh my god.
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run.
It's so,
and
yeah,
away
it's
hiding.
very clear. But, like,
When we
the
rescued
Tales
Zephyr
franchise usually
and I
doesn't
finally
show
decided to
on
come along
screen,
with
like,
you all, something
hard
changed
romance.
inside me. It was the first time.
Like,
I
they
felt like my
very,
powers had any
like, they
meaning.
imply it very hardly.
Even if that meaning was only helping you guys
Like
fight.
what happened with, like, Yuri and
Then,
Estelle.
when I felt
Like,
Dana's
they all
will,
left it to be
I was
implied. They
overwhelmed
didn't
by how
ever
vast
come
and
outright and
warm
say
it was.
anything about, like, a
It made me
relationship
want to
between the
believe
two.
my powers were made to connect with
So,
it made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't
as
turn
much
out
as
to be
I'd like
bad.
to see them
You
actually
almost
kiss,
need it to be
I
kind.
don't know if it will actually happen in game.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right?
But the...
You trust it, Rinwell.
If
and that's
only...
enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless
Also,
Dana's energy
you know
comes
what?
together,
Also,
it has
think
no
about
will.
this.
So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral
If
energy
Law and
inside
Rinwell
us,
kiss, look at the
Yeah.
glasses that Law is
Maybe.
wearing.
Everett 35 might know the answer.
Just think about that. That would be the funniest kiss
But-
scene ever.
You know what? I don't need
Angry.
to act it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who
Oh,
I
that
am
would
now.
be so funny.
Who I've become.
I just thought about that too.
So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Oh god.
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Oh my god. Law. like that.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I'm so mad.
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is.
Oh, no, right?
How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
I don't know. There is rumor that there's going to be a Tales of Arise anime coming out at some
When
point.
it was so simple. Only fighting all the lords on Dana?
I think their Twitter has kind of hinted at it
that
too.
Feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Because like
Ages and ages ago.
the
Everything that's happened since we first met.
I can't pronounce.
So many fights, so
Ufotable
much chaos.
is doing
so
like
many
a
wonderful
trailer for
people.
them, or an animated trailer, and a lot of people suspect it's going to be
If I
for an
hadn't run into
anime.
you that day,
And so, like, you know, the
wouldn't
same
have met all of you.
animation studio that does
I never
Demon
would have held
Slayer
the
is going to
blazing
do
sword or looked for something
and
more.
like they also they do
wouldn't
the
have my
animations
memories
for like the actual like
Still be
anime
a faceless
cutscenes as
slave.
well in this game.
Like is not
They're
long
going to
dead.
handle it in anime, for this game, and like they also did like the
Hey, Alpha,
animes for
I want you to promise me something.
Tales of Zeteria.
Yeah.
So
If we can't find the Renis Alma,
it'll be interesting
There's something
to
I want
see
you to
them
do.
do this one. Because the Tales of Zeteria one took some
like
liberties
Hazard
with
35
stuff.
said, the only way we can end
Because
the Great Spirit
the
for
Tales
good
of
is to go
Zeteria
after
anime
both the
came
main
out
body in Rana
after
and the
or around the
thorns in
time
me.
of Tales of
I
Berseria,
need you to promise me, Alphen.
and those
that
two
if
are
for
actually
some reason we
connected.
can't get the Renis Alma back,
So
you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
whoa, I like how the glass is actually lit up there.
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have
Also,
the strength
whoa.
of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything that
Listen,
we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike.
Yeah, I'm looking. If they do announce an anime, I'd be stoked for it.
We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but
But I'm
we
also,
need
like,
to be prepared for anything.
Way
We can't
behind on
second-guess
like catching
ourselves
up
when the
on things
time
to
comes.
watch, and actually that list
I
has been
promise
growing
you,
a
I'm
lot.
not planning on going anywhere.
So
I'm prepared to
I'd
fight
be like,
with
yeah.
absolutely everything I've got.
Also, can we talk about the fact
And if
that
it
there
comes down
is,
to it,
and I saw
I
this
need you to be prepared
not too
too.
long ago. There is a MonsterVerse or a new Godzilla. There's a new Godzilla TV series coming.
Okay.
That's a thing. There's a new Godzilla series coming,
But you should
but
know
it's
that I'm
only
not
on
going to
Apple
give up
TV
on you,
Plus.
Shion. I'm going to
And that
fight this
angers me
until the
because I don't
very
have
end.
Apple TV Plus.
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Yeah, damn it is right.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me.
Well, what?
My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
Also, once
That's
again,
because
I
I
am
couldn't
gonna
feel pain
just.
back then.
I really do like that her glasses do show like reflections
Even
and
once
stuff
you
moving.
could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to
Because
me.
I was not expecting
And
the
when you did,
accessories
I
to do
felt
that.
this
Because
warmth
normally
that I
they
had
don't
never known
actually
before.
interact with the surroundings.
But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They just did that. You can't make your confession of love to me yet.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
I mean, to be fair,
Agreed.
if you're a
Can't stand
giant
around
walking
waiting
bug
all day.
zapper, you
Our
probably,
task is
and you are
relatively
like on the
straightforward.
verge of
We need
almost
only
getting
descend
rid of
down
that,
to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit,
you'd probably, or
restore
at least
stability
I'd
to
probably
both
be like,
worlds.
no, wait.
Fighting for a new future for
Don't
both
make a
Dana
confession
and
of love
Rena.
to me until after.
Right.
Apparently
We've come
nobody
this
can.
far.
Bug zapper. That's what
We
she
will
is.
save our worlds.
Shion is a
That's a
walking bug
promise.
zapper. Anyone gets too close to her,
Then let's
zap.
go, everybody. We've got one
Snap.
last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Yeah, no, thanks, Hevrek.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Oh,
Wait,
goody, I like not being
should?
detected.
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
I'm
Will
sure
all
there'll be
the
a way to make
Helganquil
it
go back
faster.
to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
Come on, Doe.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy.
Yeah, I got frozen for 300
Similarly,
years.
The Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Fuck if I know.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable.
Yeah, here we fucking
Why
are.
have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Alright. Let's go take off and go find ourselves onto another planet. Also, we have no idea how to use warp drives. This ought to be hilarious.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Oh boy. Please don't tell me there's a gummy ship level. Oh good, there isn't. Or at least I don't think so. Not the gummy ship. You know, that really just does not look good. I mean, like it's like creepy in a weird way. Oh man. Oh, this place is desolate. I mean, yeah, the flowery was pretty, but
there's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy.
This does not say Final Battlefield at all, no sir.
Dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
Oh, this is all Capri. It's all that Capri Sun.
The entire planet.
Ah.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
So, okay, so it's also like a parasitic entity.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Destroyed remnants, Rena.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate.
Yep, you can see the astral energy from Dana going all the way into whatever that is. Woo boy.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
No law, no snorkeling allowed.
Inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
Ah, yes.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert your energy away from the spirit's core,
excuse me,
even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Oh, yeah. More cutscenes.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renins, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Alright. Done talking? We're done talking. Now we can get back to hopefully some violence. That looks like a platform for later. That also looks like a platform for later. Alright. I guess this is the platform we're going to start out with. Can't jump that way.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Retirement plans.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
Wait, what?
What? No, I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's
rotten
wearing
food
them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renins to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
It's just, alright! Just randomly getting assaulted by Hootle.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
Oh
You
god.
can say that again.
This is about how much
One
stuff
thing's
we've
for certain in
murdered.
this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
Wait a moment.
The only
This is
thing I
definitely
can
one of those
think
things that could.
Is that the
I don't know why
Pharaohs
this
must
is.
be reproducing on their own.
Why is this
There's
triggering
also
now?
no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
This is one of those weird skits
Whoa,
that's
don't you
like
think that's
that
maybe a
feels
little
like
harsh?
it's popped out of nowhere.
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one
I
day.
feel like this game should have
It's a
cut
nice
off some of the
thought,
party
but they
combos
attack
depending
towns
on
and
plot
cities.
progression. Yeah.
What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well,
Yeah, like
guess
there's
when you look at
definitely
it that
should have been
way,
like a
maybe
distinct
people
cutoff
and
or some
Zeugles
things.
aren't so different after all.
Huh. The monster fights are not a priority when the world might end. Yeah, I know, right? But we all know the monster fights are going to play into how us stopping the world from ending. Like, that's just how it's gonna... Oh, hey! Hi there.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
Remember, they're under
It's
the
no
control.
use. We're not going to get through to them.
Yeah, they're being
So
mind
we
controlled.
really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game. Another incantation ruined.
Calamity! I'm not done! Start up! You're mine! Strike!
Being interrupted.
Demon Blast! Soaring Blast! Radiant Line! Have regeneration! Regenerate! Try harder! This time! I'm not done! Ignite! You're
Wind by the power of
You're mine! No escape! You're finished! Eternal devastation coming through!
There's a lot more than the last time. And that was a boss fight. But now there's just more of them.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Oh no. Oh fuck. Ah fuck.
I don't know what I'd do without it.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Ah fuck. Again?
No chance! Ignite!
I never miss.
Here I come!
Benediction light.
You're mine! Shuffling Blast coming through! Ha!
Well, this is a rough fight.
Scarlet Inferno!
Hear me, flame of
Benediction
fury.
light.
Here I come! I'm not done! Severing Wind!
No further.
Exploding!
Don't get caught in the blast.
Resuscitation! I'm not done! Here I go! Hold on to your heart! Save you! Here I come! You're mine! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Execution! On your knees! Healing circle! You're mine! Air pressure! Lunar corruption! Illuminate you by the power of water! You're mine! Here I come! Radiant light! It's on! Regeneration! Eternal devastation! You're mine! I'm not done! Here's a healing lightning orb! Demon blast! Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Illuminate the dark! Take it! Take it! Illuminate the dark!
Oh, hey, I actually can knock this one up into the air.
Blood, rending you apart.
Bloody burn in hell!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'm not done! Strike! Eternal!
Oh! Oh! What the hell?
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting.
Sheesh.
How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In Tragedy's Aftermath, hope is all we have.
Oh, good. There's other
Just
monsters
look at
on here
the
besides the
size of that thing.
Helganquil.
The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. They
And
don't
here we
seem to
are
do
with
things
more
by halves
cutscenes.
either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think
Thank you,
have
Kimmy,
ever
for
seen
redeeming
this?
Water of the Beans.
Regarding the past 3 centuries at
You know
least,
what? Just
I'd
because
say
it's
there's a
a
good
solid.
chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about
Considering
your
the
priorities.
number of cutscenes
I
we've
can
been
understand
having,
where
I
he's
really
coming
think
from.
we probably have
More
at
to the
least
point,
another
does anyone know
stream
where
in
it leads?
before we get to the end.
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
So,
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Alright. What level are we? Oh, we're only in the... Okay, so we're 45. Those things were like in the 50s. What are these? Oh, hey, these are also in the 50s.
No further.
Alright.
A wall to shield from calamity. These ones can bring the struggle. Black and gray. Lunar Rondo. Lunar Blast. I'm all stopped up. That'll bring you down.
To be let free.
Another incantation ruined.
It's over. Eternal devastation. Crescent slash. Stardust. On your knees.
Lunar Burn in hell. By the power of
They are pretty doggos.
Get toasty.
Burn strike. Beyond kill. Eternal devastation.
I guess pretty lizard dog reptile thing doggos. But doggos nonetheless.
Can you take it? The tempest engulfs you. Eternal devastation. Severing wind. Here I come. River.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Shut.
Well done.
Crush.
Photon blast.
Eternal devastation. Crush. Catapult. Eternal
Oh, hey, he is dark type.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Burn.
Resonate with the earth. Do it.
Reload. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis.
The heavens must be smiling.
Grape gel. More cutscenes.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Always
Yeah.
look on the
Where there's hope,
bright
there's a
side
way.
of death. Do-do.
What'd he say?
Do-do.
He said, without a doubt.
I can't say any more without getting DMCA'd. Look!
Is this a
DMCA
dead
is their
end?
thing.
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
Oh, like these dark... this apparatus. Alright.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action.
Bees! Chaotic bees!
An airborne target.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Illuminate.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Holy glimmer. I never miss.
You're mine!
Holy light.
I'm not done! Eternal devastation!
Illuminate the top. I can't hold on much longer.
Severing wind! Stardust!
I owe you, Xion.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Still!
This ends now.
Consider
yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Eat dirt! You're mine! Win! Start up! Take this! Move! Escape!
Can't get out of this!
Eternal devastation! Eternal devastation!
Negative this!
More Sucrals?
Keep calm and take them down! Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Reinforcements?
Lunarongo! My turn!
Oh god! Now there are actual demons here! When do they come in here?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning can
My turn!
Them?
Elusive deity! Eating strike! It's over! Eat dirt!
Elusive deity!
Here I come!
Can you take it? Take this!
Eternal devastation! Crush! Tempest! Eternal devastation!
I don't feel like my usual self. You alright? Let me handle this one. So sorry to disappoint you. Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
It's over!
Another incantation ruined.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
No more!
Change might with black and gray!
This one's mine.
Resonate with the earth!
Lunarongo!
On your knees!
Win!
Thrilling performance.
Win! More? You're mine! Crush! No escape! Burn in hell! You're mine!
I'll smash you!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here I go!
Roll them away! Not a chance!
Glacial Spear. Here's
You're
evil.
to be let free!
Freelancer.
Eternal devastation!
I'm ready! All yours, Kisara!
Lunarongo!
Negative gate!
On
your knees!
Hear me! Flame of Fury! Do it!
Shion!
You know, despite the fact that they are a higher level than us, we are pretty effectively just destroying these. Oh wait, no. These are level 38s. Oh, okay, never mind. I was...
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Or at least some of these are not that high a level. Okay, the Bs are 50s, but some of them aren't. That's really weird, the level spread here.
You're mine!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
Now!
Spear. Here's evil.
Crush!
A whirling struggle.
No escape!
No further!
Wind
Eternal devastation!
Glacial Spear. Here's
Elusive
evil.
deity!
Eternal devastation!
I never miss.
Crush!
Now!
It's over!
Roll them away!
A whirling struggle. Reload! Wind this one's mine.
I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Are we done? Oh, we're done, finally.
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
Oh god. That's a slog. Oh no. Huh. If anything, going by this chart here, I have a feeling that Rena at one point was actually a whole spherical planet, unlike its weird shape that's taken now. So.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, And if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
The bees! The bees! Oh, they're blast bees. That's what they're called.
Insects should stay on the ground.
Now you see what I can do! Eternifying freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Zeon, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
This one's all mine! I owe you one. Start up! Blood. Rending you
Water, hear my call!
Bloody howling! You're mine!
Fred!
Eternal devastation!
Let's do it! Illuminate the...
In an instant! Impact block!
Bees! The bees! I have become the beekeeper.
Hear my call! Fred! Hear me! Flame of fury! Glacial spear! Here's Evo! Illuminate the dark! Freeze laser! Glimmer! Holy red! Sighted! This one's mine! Illuminate the dark!
You're mine!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Blue escape!
Annihilation!
Here I come!
Hear me!
Eternal devastation!
Water! Hear my call! Leave the charges to me!
You're finished! Take this!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
I'm not done! Eternal devastation! Not
Here
again!
goes!
Lunar
Glacial
Rider!
spear!
I'm not
Here's
done!
Evo!
Start
Now!
up! Dueling! In an instant! Impact block! Now!
Illuminate the dark!
Lunar Rider!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Yup. The bees.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
And now some doggos.
Surrounding us!
Oh, they're livid. They're livid doggos.
In a bind?
Eternal devastation!
Lunar corruption!
The doggos, they are livid. Who let the dogs out?
I owe you one. Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
God, that's a reference and a half. I mean, who even remembers that song?
Eternal devastation!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
All yours, Kisara!
Not a chance!
Astral energy!
Elusive deity!
Eternal devastation!
Now! Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Platinum chunks. Chunks of platinum. That's what I need. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
I forgot to look before I leaped.
Look, that's a big boy. That's a big mantis.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Eternal devastation! Try harder! You're mine!
A wall to shield from calamity. Allow me to help you.
Coming through! Ha!
Big mantis.
Scarlet Inferno!
Shine! Radiant light!
You're mine!
Of regeneration!
Eternal devastation! Try harder! Thanks! I'm not done! Eternal devastation! Ignite! Okay, here I go. Rending you apart!
Oh, it has oh, it's dark type, of course.
Amazing.
Where are you going?
Eternal devastation! I'm not done! I'm not done!
Another incantation ruined.
Charging up!
That's what my shield's for. Skip
behind me. I'll leave it to you. Outstanding form. Eternal devastation. Deity. Try harder. My turn.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Illuminate the dark. I'll thank you. Armor will save you. Not today. Lunar Rondo.
Now I can let loose a thrilling performance.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Here I come. Demon Wind.
I can hear the healing art.
Soda. Lunar Rondo.
Dance on the wind.
Holy water, hear my call.
Can you take it?
Glacial
Take
spear,
this.
pierce evil.
Severing Wind. Lunar Rondo.
Shine.
Please mind if I do.
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Hurricane Thrust.
Illuminate the dark.
Regenerate. Here I come.
Holy glimmer.
This one's all mine.
I owe you.
I'm ready. Totally in an instant. Impact block.
Alright. Done with him.
So I still had room to grow.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
Oh god. Bees!
This one will be difficult to predict. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Here I go. You're finished. Eternal devastation.
That fucking is driving me mad.
Eternal freeze. What is he doing still?
Prepare to
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said, done.
Perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
You're mine. No escape. It's over. Here I come. You're finished. Eternal devastation. Eternal devastation.
Holy glimmer. Holy
Here I
wind.
come. No escape. Chocolate coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. River.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done.
Take this. Dance on the wind. Lunar Rondo. I'm not done. Burn.
Lightning
Here I come. No
Thunder
escape.
blade.
Eternal
Illuminate the
devastation.
dark. Holy glimmer.
Eternal
Holy
devastation.
On your knees.
Here I come.
A whirling hurricane. This one's
In a
more than
bind.
heaven.
You're mine.
Radiant
Eternal devastation. And crush.
I'm all stuck
The
down
floor
here.
inside me. Yours.
Do it, Robert.
Reroute.
Light burst forth.
Radiant denizens.
Ugh.
Lunar Rondo.
Well, you know what? I needed a grind anyways, apparently.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
So it's a good thing we just take all these combat encounters.
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Oh! Well, fuck.
I shall ensure you survive this.
You're mine. Not today.
I can't hold on much longer.
Here I go.
I'll heal you all.
Eternal devastation.
That'll bring you down.
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
You're mine.
Shield from
No
calamity.
escape.
Don't mind if I do.
This one's all mine. Here I come. Eternal devastation.
Illuminate the dark.
Severing wind. I'm ready. In an instant. Impact block.
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Holy glimmer. Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Oh, hey! That actually didn't go so bad.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
that Expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Oh God. All right, you big beastie, let's do this. The Chrome Gazer. It is Gazer. It is Gazer. Huh.
It can hide itself from me. Outstanding form.
Oh, he's light.
Try harder. My turn. It's too much. This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't. So good. Negative gate. On your
Alright. Pulling Renwell out of this. Putting Law in. And we'll put Kisara in as well.
Winds of heaven. They smite with blackened blade.
Let's get you all tucked away.
Take this.
Go time.
Eternal devastation. The Raven's Guard is sure to be late.
Renwell trade places with Law, like I said.
Take this. Eternal devastation. It's in your hands now.
I don't have much left. I let my guard down.
You paid for that. Coming through.
I know, right?
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
For the love of everything.
My pride was my downfall.
A whirling struggle. Demon leg.
Apparently Law does not want to come out to play today.
Winds of heaven.
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Sleep now.
Resonate with the
I
earth.
never miss. Let's get you all blood.
Ow. Thanks. Oh, now you show up, Law. Now you show up.
Bloody howling. 4. I'm just getting started. Now. I'm in trouble. You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul.
Illuminate the dark. Blah blah blah.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Sorry.
Stay away from my friends. It's on! I'm not done! Burn! Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop flanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir. Eternal devastation!
I've taken too much damage.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Now you see what I can do!
Glacial
No
Spear.
escape!
Here's the evil.
Eternal devastation!
I'll bring you back from death to
this! I'm on a roll, man! I've let you all down.
I'll heal you all.
Elusive deities! Eagle Ray!
Back into the fray. Resuscitation. Here's a healing art.
Let me free you of your power. Our art is being interrupted. Glimmer Dragon! I'll fix you! From beyond,
Imbue this vanquish. Shouldn't have messed with me. You'll find no mercy.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Air
Resuscitation!
Oh, good. I was wondering if you were going to bring me back or not.
On your knees.
Spread! Glacial Spear!
Can't get out of this. Here I come.
I won't give up!
Forgive me. This is my fault. Eternal devastation! Eagle Ray! Crush! Do it! Hey! Blow them away!
Oh.
Sion, you okay?
It's nothing. Don't be so dramatic.
We literally got our asses kicked on that fight. What is behind this door? More pain and suffering, I see. A lot of pain. Let's see here. Yeah, no, we got our asses kicked hard in that last fight. Think how this is a big, expansive dungeon. We still have a long way to go. I think we'll call it here for tonight. May actually have to rethink about going down here with everything. As you can see, like a lot of things are level 52, level 53, and I'm only in the 40s. So I may need to rethink this. This dungeon is rough. It was weird because some combat encounters aren't so bad, but like there's several of these mini boss things I've noticed are like floating around. I'm like, oh, those are gonna be rough to take on, and we don't necessarily have like the big resources to do all that. So who knows? Maybe I'll go do some like off-screen stuff or something. Yeah, no, like seriously, who knows? So let me check on something real quick. Because I saw something. I want to see. Yeah, grinding time. Seriously, it may come down to grinding time. Who knows? I may have to do a special stream for grinding or something. Because after all, it is getting close to my birthday, so you know what? Maybe I'll do a special on that. Special. Yeah, no, right? Yeah. But thank you, Kimmy, for doing all the modding stuff, and thank you for posting the Discord and the Twitter. So in case you're not following me on Twitter, you can follow me there. If you haven't joined our Discord community, which has been growing bit by bit, there's that. Oh god, yeah, hang on. And of course, if you want to watch my old playthroughs, they're also on YouTube. So yeah, thank you, Kimmy, for coming out. Thank you, Kylan. Kinson Yella for subscribing. Tank was here earlier. Womble was here. Everyone else that came out and lurked and stuff. Yeah, so much plot and so many questions. Now, normally, we would go right over to Womble. But I did see something on Twitch that is, I'm gonna grab this guy here. Put him over here. That is on brand for me. So, if you don't like where we're about to go to, you can always go back over to Womble. You can go to Wombletastic, friend of the channel. But I'm gonna try and see if I can actually raid over to them. I don't know. So I haven't tried this before. Double check to make sure I spelled this correctly. Alright, let's see if this will actually, if this happens. If not, we'll just go right over to Womble. So. Oh, hey! Alright! Well, at least it's counting down. So. Until next time, everybody. Well, until tomorrow night when we do Monster Hunter. I will catch you all later.